Woo! You got the piggy yesterday? Oh hell yeah! Whew. I feel like I need to clean my glasses. I do. Just 1 second, chat. I'll be back. Holy fuck! So what's going on, chat? How are we doing today? Let's see how Solaire ended. Mr. Calb still on top. Dropped a little bit. Maybe people are learning how to fight around it. Ooh, Mr. Liger, #1. Pluto, though, he's just hanging in there. Brand new on the class. How many? Wait, what's the top 100 now? 1521. How many of those are sages? 12. 10 hashes. Bit of a drop all over there, eh? After this guilty guy, it drops quite a bit. Where Berserker's at? 9. 9 of them. I wonder why Tis is playing Zerker now instead of Sage. That man was one of the OG Sages. Maybe he's, well, I was going to say maybe he's like me and he's just not a find Sage less satisfying these days in PvP because you're just like expected to win. But then like I think that argument would stand if he was on something other than a Zerker. Zerker obviously does really well in there too. So what about DKs? Let's see how Mr. Pinks is doing. Still struggling. Flowers, oh my god. It's crazy that you can be a 40% win rate and still be in the top 20. I think that kind of shows how little competition there is. Mr. Norelio, #1. Oh my god. How the Moose is doing? Ooh, once again, Suna being bested by Mr. Hunter. Oh, Mr. Ronald. Having a rough time on the Awakened Sage. It's crazy, these win rates, though. Like 58% win rate, 57. Like the fact that these are the lowest win rates, 54. Or I guess you got Ronald and Dabin. They haven't played a whole lot. Dabin only played his qualifiers. Ronald, on the other hand, I mean, he's played a fair amount. Okay, let's burn some Agris. What do we have for? I don't know, was there any good clips of Solaire this weekend, you guys? Okay, let's see. Ooh, we're gonna get some piggies this morning or this afternoon. Hell
Let's
yeah!
burn these nuts.
Oh, Kajara, I saw your picture. It looks like you got. How much was that? How much money worth of fish was that? A little over 2 bill. Really? That was it? How many days of fishing was that? I fished yesterday and today, and I had 6 bill worth of fish. Although I got 2 tripods, so maybe that's not fair. Oh, let's see. Did our worker graduate? No, these fucking losers. Maybe we'll go run back quickly and try to roll some workers. How the fuck do I fire again? Oh yeah, that's how I fire. See you later. Okay, we will try to promote one of these guys. You're on vacation for 2 weeks? You get to be here more? Oh, heck yeah. How you doing, Jobel? I hope you're having a nice day. Vacation's nice. You have any plans, or are you just going to chill at home? A little staycation. I don't remember where the... Some adulting? Oh, that was me yesterday. From 9 a.m. till 7 o'clock. Come on. Get these humans out of here. Get these humans out of here. That's better. You know you can access any city's worker from... Yeah. Yes, I do. As I just did. But I still need to run my character back to town in order to do it, right? Can't roll workers from the map. Now, if you could access any character's energy from any character, that'd be fucking nice. We need some grilled chicken. Your mom's chest hair. That guy's name. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that too. Let's put a message in chat. Okay. Where's the chat? Where's the chat? Where's the chat? Oh, good. My good friend Mr. B Kill's here just in time. Just in time. I never fail when Mr. B Kill's around. I've been waiting. Fuck. Go, host buff. Okay, what is going on? Could you please load my goddamn furniture? What is going on with my residence right now? My game about to crash? I don't know. That was weird. You know what? I should restart my client. Shit's feeling a little spotty. It's so nice being able to just gradually get clicks here and there. Yeah. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Oh, look at all these dice. Beat Gill. When are you getting back into video? You gotta gear up. You gotta catch up. You got a lot of work to do. You're a gearlet these days. You probably can't hear me. Something feels off. Something feels off.
Is that the end? Let's go!
Oh, I'm PvP spec. That's what it is. Yo! Now who's gonna entertain me? God damn it. I'm gonna find someone else to watch on my other monitor. I was tunnel visioning on getting set up. You were not entertained? Nope. Your chat not entertaining you enough? No. Come on, chat. Pick it up. Actually, no. Never mind. Don't do it. Don't do it. I fucking know it. I said it, and I immediately regretted it.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how
Emotional damage.
They first hear the knock, then they hear the knock again.
Vaughn, let's go. time I keep my stupid mouth shut.
Blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity boom spiggity boom boom yes 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 yes.
My stream is like
You just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
My chat is like in.
Shut up, bitch!
Emotional damage.
My chat is. Oh my God! Can I talk? For the love of God! My chat is like a classroom.
What's better than this?
Like a grade
Guys
6.
being dudes.
My chat. So loud. Cut it out. My chat is like.
Shut up, bitch!
My chat is like a
Shut up,
grade.
bitch.
My chat is like a grade 6 classroom. As soon as the teacher leaves. As soon as the teacher leaves the room.
Emotional damage. Emotional damage. Emotional damage.
Penis, 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 penis. Wee!
Ooh, Bond, let's go. I play this game way too fucking much. Holy
Shut up, bitch!
calm now? Are we calm now, chat? The kindergarten?
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Ooh, Bond, let's go. Calm just out of points.
Jason Bourne.
I'm cheating. I am a hacker.
Man's bouncing in his chair over there, waiting to get
My
another set of
fucking
points.
head hurt when I
Emotional
realized how
damage.
stupid I was.
Blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity boom boom yes 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 yes.
Ooh, Bond, let's go. I play this game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
Oh, it is cranked up. What the hell?
Wee!
Shut up, bitch!
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Have I seen the EU rankings? I have not.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Cheating. I am a hacker.
Is Cadge at 2.4K yet? Five stages in the top 10. Yeah, I believe it. Is one of those...
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne. Emotional damage.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
I play this game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser.
I had to close my window. What kind of animal are you sitting there listening to playing video games with speakers on though?
Shut up, bitch.
Stop it. No. Why? Of all the things to spam. You guys have issues. You guys need Jesus in your life.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
I did
This
do it to
moaning is
myself.
giving me a wicked little stiffy.
Shut up.
Shut up, bitch.
They will run out of points. Don't worry, you guys. They will run out of points. You spent 77K? Oh my goodness.
Shut up, bitch.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Okay. I can hear myself think. I'm streaming on Kick, I'm streaming on YouTube, and I'm streaming on Twitch. At least I should be. I didn't actually check to make sure I went live on all of them.
What's better than this? Guys
I
being
am
dudes.
live on Kick, and I am live on YouTube. I am live on all three. Yeah, I could do that. Let's see. There we go. These are actually just medium settings at 2K. Doing pretty good. My, luckily I didn't get too burnt on my arms, but back of my neck's burnt pretty good. I spent, like, 9 hours.
Go
in the sun
ahead,
yesterday.
Sethian. Let it all out.
Thanks, honey. That felt great.
That's a good boy.
Your left neck? You got 2 necks? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you did something. Maybe it is a good idea to see a doctor. That's a good question. What if you did that with your fingers, right? What if you had 2 cups side by side, one with hot water, one with cold water, and you put your hand in both cups, like the 2 fingers in both cups at the same time? That'd probably be a really weird sensation. Kind of want to try it. Maybe that's how you get freezer burn. I'd break the simulation, I'd wake up in a pod. Oh my god. I went to town on my yard yesterday. Finally got my garden in too. Pig cave just opened up in EU, chat. Go get your piggies. $55 annuals and added to our perennials. Did 95 bags of mulch. Oh my goodness, your yard is way bigger than mine. Holy crap. Yeah. I mowed and edged. I actually went down there and I got down in the grass and weeded everything. Over the... Well, just yesterday I probably filled a 5-gallon bucket nearly 10 times with weeds. Packing them down as I go along the way too. Just sitting in the grass. Almost sat on an anthill. It's a nice thing when you do it by hand and you go out there and get down in the grass. It's kind of a good way to go through your lawn and find out what managed to make its way into your yard that year. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to get a... I'm kind of regretting it because there was a really good sale at Home Depot like the year before last year on an electric mower, blower, and trimmer combo. And I wish I would have got it at the time, but I was like, my shit will last another year. I mean, my shit ended up lasting a couple more years, but I've been waiting for a deal like that to come back. Got some power, way more than your old Ryobi. Yeah, I haven't committed to anything yet, so it is one of those things where I'm kind of like waiting to I don't want to spend an arm and a leg, but I also don't want to get shit, you know? Awakendosa and Suck Mystic. I don't know about PvE. Probably Awaken. No, they're probably both good grinders. PvP, probably Dosa for large scale, Suck Mystic for 1v1. I don't have a giant yard, so I don't need like insane battery life. A lot heavier than my old one. I think you mean a lot lighter, right? I don't know, I watch, 1 second. Let me find out his name. I don't know if you guys watch him. Yeah, John Malecki. He does like lots of like reviews and just goofing around videos in his shop. And he'll take like power tools and test them against each other from all different types of brands and shit like that. And Ryobi seems to usually just be somewhere in the middle. I've had my Ryobi drill, impactor, and circular saw for 10 years now. Although they probably don't get as much wear and tear as yours do. But mine are still working fantastically. I've had only one of the batteries completely die on me since then. But I also don't have any experience with anything else. When we bought our house, I was just like, fuck, I'm gonna need some shit. And it's just lasted me this long. But I can't say whether or not it's great. Certainly a hell of a lot better than doing shit by hand, you know? Akita? Yeah. That's one of the things too that like when it comes to like your traditional power tools, it's not so much a big deal, but when it comes to now these battery operated ones, now that, you know, batteries are able to perform so much better than they used to, you got to kind of pick a lane now, right? Like once you commit to one, you're going to want to use the same charging station if possible for all your tools. You don't want to have like 6 different charging stations for all, you know, mix match tools. So I feel like that's kind of where they get you locked in on a brand. I'm definitely not the guy to be asking about a drill. Like I said, I just got my little Ryobi and it served me well, but like I said, it's just casual use. I've done quite a bit with it, but and had no issues. That'd be nice. I hate proprietary bullshit so damn much.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't do skip don't do skip you wanna don't do skip you could don't do skip don't do skip you wanna don't do skip you could
Zeth arrive.
I have a command for the Sage Discord. It's literally ! Sage Discord. It's always been decent in PV. More effort for decent grind. But now it's, yeah, it's considered one of the better ones. Still more effort than other classes, than a lot of other classes, but you feel properly rewarded for the effort. Shut up, John. You're such an instigator. Sorry guys, just 1 second. I need to help my wife with something. Okay, there we go. My wife was having an issue. She, so I upgraded their business computer around January and got them on an SSD and upgraded the processor, basically everything. Anyways, I guess the PC must have shut down incorrectly last night or something. And when she went there to start it up, it was sitting there at the post screen, basically just saying, you know, press F1 to enter setup, right? And it wouldn't go past that. So I had to tell her to, you know, basically just go into the setup and just hit save and exit. You don't have to change anything. Yeah, they left the PC on there. They leave it on overnight and just have it go into sleep mode. So like I said, maybe there was like a power outage or something. And the PC shut down unexpectedly. Not just a good mod, best mod. I actually lick the prongs on the power cable before plugging it in just to increase conductivity. How'd I do in Siege? I did pretty well. Speaking of which, you know what we need to do? Maybe let's enjoy it. I completely forgot. It was fucking 1 a.m. and I was like, I'm going to fucking bed. I'm fucking tired. Make sure that's not turned on. Okay, good. The fuck am I looking for again? Some of it. Wait, where is it? I don't know. Get that blue lightning rolling. But yeah, this it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. It was one of my more enjoyable sieges in a wait. Oh, Sunday. It was one of my more enjoyable sieges in a while. You kind of expect to, if you have a long fight like that, to get like Stormtrooper or Special Forces Commander when you're fighting like smaller guilds and you're punching down, but I did not expect to frag out as much as I did against Digi and Arise. Just so many people, on both sides too, that just run so much DP these days. Yeah, Stormtrooper. Yeah, there's Stormtrooper, Special Forces Commander, and Ultimate Weapon. I've never got Ultimate Weapon. This is like the third time I got Special Forces, and I've had Stormtrooper who knows how many times.
Have you ever had a dream that you could go?
God damn, Howie, 2 years? My most amount of kills in a siege? Probably around 250-ish, maybe? 200, somewhere between that. Somewhere between 200 and 250. How many mins is that? What do you mean? Oh, kills per hour. Well, that was a 4-hour siege, so I just got 180 kills in 4 hours. So that would have been, you know, like a kill every minute and 20 seconds. As for the other one, they were probably 4-hour sieges as well. So, probably almost a kill a minute for some of the other ones. But like every other time where we've had big fights like that, where I got lots of kills, it was like castle defense, right? Where you're expected to farm. Like I said, when it comes to just open world and fighting a guild like Digi and Arise, guilds like Digi and Arise, I didn't expect to frag as hard as I did. When you're sitting there on castle defense and you have people just throwing bodies through a gate, you expect to frag the fuck out. I think the last time I got Special Forces Commander was when it was like 3 or 4 guilds pushing into Valencia. It was like family. It was like family and 2 other guilds and a cannon guild. I can't remember the other 2 guilds. Where we just barely didn't hold to. It like came down to the last couple minutes. Or last 15 minutes. One second, chat. I need to draw something. Yeah. Now that we got that out of the way. I did a rough tally though. I should do a more in-depth tally. I'm pretty sure I'm closer to like 4.7. Yeah, and that's not 5 trillion trash. That's just useful resources. Basically, Kron, silver, and I even count the amount I have in stacks right now too. Although I don't have those tallied very accurately. I'm vastly undervaluing my stacks. Basically, just the stuff I have to push my stacks. Maybe I'll get those out of the mix, though. What does my shirt say? It says, Lord Menzies is a bitch. Yeah, it's a Smashing Pumpkins t-shirt. This is some hoe-ass shit. What's this? Nice. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So we meet again, Bessie. What's up, Eliza? That's alright. You have all this bad luck, and then you're gonna one-tap deck.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, and you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Gonna take a quick little intermission, you guys. I didn't have breakfast this morning and it's starting to catch up to me. I'm gonna go quickly have like a little brunch. I'm back, chat. Ta-da, I'm a sinner. Let's see. Can you add 2 funny clips? Sure. Yeah. Go ahead. Pop them in chat. So, Mr. Trip, how's your Solar rankings going? I did say yes. You can see it? What are you playing? Oh. Probably Striker, right? Oh my god, look at this man. Look at this fucking man. That man hasn't even finished his placements and he's already top 10. Look out. Oh my god. Neptune's on top. Look how May was. The king is back. Where's my dice? There it is. See this clip. Blade NZ, eh? Let's see. First clip. Okay. All I want is a dick. Making fun of the man's accent, huh? Is that honey? Is that honey he's chugging? I fucking love honey. That man squirting honey straight into his mouth? Look at my face. I'm eating right now. You don't get to see my face while I'm eating. I don't think they let you move the Morkel bag with stuff in it because you can figure out there's a trick to put tag gear in it. Although I've never tried putting tag gear in the clearance bag. Can you put tagged gear in the clearance bag? One second, I'm piling some fried chicken in my face at 10 a.m. in the morning. Like a proper fat ass. You actually can. You can put tagged gear in the Morkel bag. You can't manually put it in there, but you equip the tag gear, and then you put non-tagged gear in your Morkel bag, and then when you swap, it'll swap the tagged gear into the Morkel bag. That might be the reason why they made it so you can't swap your Morkel bag with gear in it, because that might have been a way to move your tagged gear to other characters. Hot sauce? Nah. You gotta let the fried chicken speak for itself. If you have to put hot sauce on it, then it's not good fried chicken. Yeah, let's see. That's some anime type shit there. Divine Executioner. Holy shit. Problem is I don't have a tagged character right now. Show us do? Oh, he linked it in chat. I don't feel like pulling it up on screen. It takes a bunch of effort to do that. Too much effort than I want to do for watching a 2-second clip. Yeah. Because I multi-stream, unless I want to individually encode every stream. 1 second. Unless I want to individually encode every stream, I have to basically just limit the stream to Twitch's max settings. I also don't think you can actually stream above 1080p on Kick either, so I would need them to up their allowed settings. But maybe one day. I can stream at 2K with HEVC on Twitch, but I can't multi-stream while doing that. Once again, unless I manually encode the other streams. This is, no, this isn't, there's no frame gen or anything going on. This is the MSI Afterburner. And I'm on remastered now, 2K remastered. Is something up with Twitch? It's not that something that is up with Twitch. It's just multi-streaming is becoming more acceptable. In the past, you were not allowed. If you were a partner, you were not allowed to stream on. You had like basically Twitch exclusivity, but that's gone. Especially if you had a contract with Twitch, which not a lot of people did, but some people did. Also, Kick for the longest time, you were not allowed to multi-stream as well, where like you could multi-stream, but you weren't able to monetize Kick if you were. So there was no point multi-streaming to there. But Kick recently lifted that, and now there isn't the limitations with Twitch either. So there really is no reason not to multi-stream anymore. You might as well aim for the largest audience possible. I might look into expanding even further and streaming like straight to like X or whatever the other platforms are as well. Yeah, this is windowed borderless. Let's see. See, remastered, 2K, full screen window. There's some questionable things that have been happening with Twitch for years, right? In terms of inconsistent moderation. So I don't know, just from a business standpoint, right? It's good to diversify. If something ever happens to my Twitch channel, then at least I could start streaming on or can already have my foot in the door on other platforms. Take out an ad on the CBC, yeah. I don't think I'd be allowed to. I think I spent too much time shit-talking the liberals in the last year. I don't think the CBC would let me on there. Well, to be completely fair, I 100% expected you to get banned with the way you talk. Or that Turkish guy. Never mind, not you. My bad. No, the if you're unaware, Trip, CBC is subsidized by the Canadian government. So how are you able to effectively do unbiased political media when the government that's in power is the one writing your check? Right? Why I get my news from my 2-year-old? Hell yeah. Which media source is unbiased again? Well, there's a difference, right? The difference is when you have somebody writing your check, you're forced to be biased. If you have your own bias because you've chosen to inherit that bias, that's different. They're pretty critical of Trudeau in the last... Well, I mean, they had no choice. Fucking everybody. If you tried to put a spin on that guy in a positive way, there was no refuting how far his hand would have been up your ass. Why do you think his own party got him to drop out? Because they knew it would have been the end of the Liberal Party if that man tried to run again. His own party abandoned him. Yeah. I don't know, I just think that there's a big line when your primary media station is being paid by the government. I think that's a line that should never be crossed. Myself. It's becoming less and less of an issue these days because more people are able to get their information from other sources. But just take a look at like the actual boomer generation. Like I'm sure a lot of our parents, they just trust everything, whether they're crazy about CNN or they're crazy about Fox. That's the only place they get their news from. And both of them are extremely biased one way or the other, right? And then here in Canada, a lot of those boomers are just getting all their news from, you know, the CBC. So I just think that there's a problem when it's the government writing their checks. I think it's funny watching either of them and watching the spin either side puts on things and watching what some sides ignore. If you actually watch both of them, I actually encourage you guys to watch both of them just so you can observe the bias. Because when you have one side reporting heavily on something and another side ignoring it, it's like, what the hell is even that? And it goes both ways, right?
Most reliable Canadian news is the Beaverton. Fight me.
The Beaverton. I get my news from Quick Dick McDick. He's all the news I need here in Canada. Actually, you know what the best news channel is? Channel 5 News. Or All Gas, No Brakes. He apparently just bought the rights back to that too, eh? All Gas, No Brakes. Mr. Andrew Callahan, I think that's his name. No idea what that is? Surely it's popped up in your For You page at some point on YouTube. It's not actually cable, it's a YouTube channel. I bet you've seen at least one episode. It was originally called All Gas, No Brakes, and then he was picked up by some larger media station in a contract, but because of a disagreement, he ended up basically getting fired from his own show and lost his show, so he restarted his Channel 5 News, and then just recently he made amends with that station, and they sold him back the rights to All Gas, No Brakes. They sold it back to him. So now he owns it again. Beefy, what is going on in your brain for that to come to it? What has to be going on in your brain for you to be sitting there and be like, I'm gonna type this shit? What is that other platform that's trying to do news and expose bias? Ground News or something? But you gotta pay like a subscription for that? I was like, fuck. They had to do like a 30-day trial period. Cowboy doesn't come around anymore. Think he got new friends? Maybe he's got a girlfriend. Maybe his brother's wife hooked him up with one of her friends. I listen to the wind, no bias. I don't know. Fun fact, your wind has never came from the east. So that sounds like a bias right there. That's something that blows your mind too, once you realize it. A tornado? Yeah, or a hurricane, my bad. True. But yeah, as a kid, like, you never really noticed the clouds are always generally blowing in one direction. Sometimes it'll be like northeast, like it'll be going northeast or southeast or just straight east, right? Maybe at the most extremes, like maybe you're just at that point where the jet stream is coming straight up, so it's coming from the south or the north. But yeah, you'll never have the wind blowing directly from the east to west. The latest Pastanity? Is there a Pastanity clip of me? Oh my god. Oh, what dumb shit did you guys get on there? So the wind has to do with the rotation of the Earth, you guys. And as far as I'm aware, the Earth never changes the way it rotates. The jet stream never starts going the other direction, you guys. One second. Wait, that little globe is sick. What is going on in northern Canada? Is there a fucking hurricane going on there? What is that shit? That's probably Howie's fat ass taking a deep breath right now, getting ready to fucking say something obnoxious. The out of breath he is. I do not know. I've always taken how I hold my mouse seriously, how my wrists are angled seriously, all of that shit. And you should too if you spend lots of time online. A lot of people, they'll do like this claw grip on their mouse, and that's terrible for your hands. Or like maybe their armrest will be too high or too low, and their wrist will be up or down, and that's fucking awful on your wrist. You're grinding your wrist. Some people will only use their wrist for their mouth, for their mouse, and yeah, there's you should be using like a combination of like your elbow and your wrist. There's a whole bunch of things you should be taking into consideration, and if you're sitting there and you're starting to get a little bit of pain in your wrist or your hands, don't ignore it. Don't just power through it, because if the pain eventually goes away, that doesn't mean that it just got better. It might mean that the nerves are desensitized or getting destroyed. Listen to your body. If something feels uncomfortable, correct it. What do you mean? I still have my standing desk. What are you talking about? I'll go fucking standing right now. One second. I don't want to die to these fucking mobs. Let me make sure there's nothing gonna get tangled down there. Everything looks good. Ooh, goodbye, chat. Goodbye, chat. And boom. Now we stand in chat. How you like that? And stands to prove me wrong. Yeah. The problem is I want to use my standing desk more often, but every single time I think about using it, putting it in the standing position, I'm like, man, one of these days something's gonna get tangled and my PC is gonna get ripped off the desk. Even though I've done, like, there's nothing back there for it to get caught on, I still just don't trust it. They're so meh? I don't think so. I think they're actually pretty nice. Like, it's nice to stretch out your back. I've been thinking of getting a little treadmill to put under, too, so I could be standing and walking at the same time. Bruh. Inflatable ball? I'm pretty sure those are fucking terrible for your back. I think they're good for your core, but they're terrible for your back. Don't quote me on that. Just like the wind thing. What's the shortcut to open storage maids? You have to set it. It isn't set by default. You have to pick whatever you want it to be. The wristing is very important. And hands. Also your back and your neck too. Super important. Make sure you're sitting properly. Make sure you're properly supported by your chair. Make sure your legs are at a 90-degree angle. You don't want your knees to be higher than your hips. You don't want there to be pressure on the bottoms of your legs either. You want your feet to be flat on the floor. Because if you put pressure on the back of your legs, like let's say your feet are dangling because you're 4 feet tall and you got a giant chair, that pressure on the back of your legs is going to increase your chance of blood clots in your legs. And then having your monitor at a proper height where your eyes, when you're looking straight, are
centered with your monitor. You don't want your neck to be like this or like this, because this is putting compression on your spine, and this is putting stress on your neck muscles. Like, all of these things, they sound so trivial, but seriously, get an adjustable monitor stand, get an adjustable desk, get an adjustable, everybody has an adjustable chair, all of these things, and make sure that you dial them all in for your body, because all of our bodies are different, right? Some people have an extra inch on their legs, some have an extra
inch on their torso, some have an extra inch on their neck, right? People make, like, when you have a fixed monitor or a fixed desk, it's meant to be like the absolute average, right? Where it's going to be accessible and usable by the most amount of people. But it's not dialed in for your specific body. So make sure that you dial in the height of your chair, the height of your desk, the height of your monitors, and you'll notice that you will be so much more comfortable when gaming. You won't feel pain in your wrists, you won't feel pain in your neck. All of this shit is so important. I am standing right now, yeah. What is this? That is peak performance, Trap. That's what that is. Everything goes out the window when it comes to a competitive setting. That's when you gotta fucking dial it in. Who needs VR when you sit that close to your monitor? That man is, that's the cheat code right there. But yeah, when people ask how I'm able to sit here and grind and not have pain as much as I do, maybe it's just genetics. Maybe I'm lucky, and I'm sure genetics play a part in it, but I would like to attribute a lot of it to just paying very careful attention to that shit. And I've been paying attention to it for 20 years now. Born to grind, that's right. I started with your mother, Trap. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry. Only thing Trep dials in is another large pepperoni pizza. You kidding me? Trep, how do you feel about the pepperoni pizza? Tell the chat. Need to come this down a touch. The nice thing about my desk is it has presets too. I have 4 different presets for different heights. I have my sitting preset, I have my standing preset, and I have my eating preset. And the eating preset just brings the plate right up to my mouth, so I could just shovel it right off the plate into my mouth. That's what we call living in the 21st century. That's that picture Trip linked? Here, I'll put it up on screen. Oh, it's getting saved as a WebP? What the fuck? Get out of here. Save as a JPEG. Fine, I'll just have to fucking make a little snip of it. There we go. You see this picture? This is a man playing in a competitive setting. Well, that's how my food is when I have that shit turned up. That's me looking at my plate of food. That second picture. Yo, he turned it up. That's the thing though, right? You don't need a 20-inch monitor. That man's probably playing at 720p on a 16-inch monitor at like 1,000 frames per second or 1,000 hertz. He actually plays 1080p. That's kind of high for a competitive Call of Duty player or a Counter-Strike player. I'm assuming he's a Counter-Strike player. I don't know who the fuck that guy is, but if you're sitting that close to your monitor, it's some type of FPS for sure. At that point, I don't understand why you wouldn't just get little VR goggles, right? If you wanted, you fucking, that's VR, really. The input delay of his eyes? No. If you want to play, if you want to reduce the input latency, you need to have your hands really close to your face. So this way there's less travel time. If you go like this and play, then there's just this travel time, right? To your hands. Instead of like this travel time. Yeah. Got that Bluetooth brain. I think if you're new and you're just picking up a class, I think Awakened Dose is going to be the better grinder. It's more comfortable, it's tankier. They both have good sustain. Awakening Sage is a squishier class. And if you want to pull good numbers, it's higher APM too. Some people freak out about the numbers that some Awakened Sages are pulling. But, like, Diego, for example, is usually the one they're referencing. He's going pretty sweaty when he's doing it. If you're just trying to be comfy grinding, you're not going to pull anything close to those numbers. Oh shit, I just realized I gotta go turn off my sprinkler. My front yard's gonna end up a pond. Just 1 second, you guys. We back, chat. Oh, let's fucking go, chat!
Ooh, Bond, let's go.
Yeah, it's so cool. This horse is so fucking fun. You get stuck in shit all the time with this stupid fucking horse. Because this game just doesn't fucking function properly for horses fast. Oh, what's up, Milton? Bruce Dickinson? Yeah. Some people, right, they are just born to do what they do. Bruce's voice is fucking phenomenal. I'm not sure. Maybe. I'm from Canada. Ontario specifically. I'm at 1440. Yeah. If I didn't stream, I'd definitely have an ultra wide as well, but I personally find ultra wide streams tacky because then you just end up with those big black bars across the top and bottom. You can't get the same FPS with the 4900 and 5090 on high settings. You probably have VSync turned on. Maybe you have like a 120 or 144 hertz monitor and you have VSync turned on, so it's just capping at your monitor's refresh rate. We didn't get a single wand. What the fuck? This place sucks. You have a 360 hertz monitor? That's weird. Do you have hyper threading and your efficiency cores turned on? Because what might be happening is BDO is just randomly selecting cores, and it might be using partially your efficiency cores or the hyper-threaded cores. Even though I have a 7950X3D, I actually even have the I have the second CCD turned off. I have it set to gaming mode, which is kind of pointless to have a 7950X3D if you're going to be doing that. I might as well get a 9800X3D, and it's something I'm definitely considering doing. It's not that it doesn't utilize it. Every game doesn't properly utilize all your cores because they can't. There's some things that cannot be calculated simultaneously, and that's where multi-threads are valuable, right? Like when you're rendering an image, they can basically designate that, like let's say you have 8 cores, they can split the load 8 ways and have each core attack it at 100%. But when it comes to rendering things in video games, there's certain things that have to be done first before other things can be handled, right? Specifically things like reflections and shit as well, right? They gotta figure out where one reflection is, or where the light source is before it can start figuring out where shadows are, right? So you're never gonna have games able to separate that load as efficiently as just rendering like a flat image. So that's why it's important to make sure that if you want peak performance for your game, make sure that the game is only using the most powerful cores on your processor. That's not true. BDO is not a single core game. That is not true at all. I don't know where you heard that, but that is completely false. I was having the same FPS with a 9900X3D and a 5070 Ti, and you changed to a 14900 and a 5090? Yeah, it sounds like there's some type of settings issue. Your PC is just not properly configured. Might I recommend, over there in the bottom right-hand corner, IQON. They have a piece of software that will do a lot to optimize your PC. Will also set you up with an affinity file, a batch file that sets an affinity for BDO, so it only uses specific cores. It'll automatically detect what processor you're using and basically tell the game to only use the cores that are the most efficient for it. That should have a pretty significant impact. Also, like I said, doing things like removing, making sure you don't have VSync on and shit like that. Yeah, no, you definitely have the hardware to be getting good FPS. You just have a configuration issue. Yeah. So the 14900K has these things called efficiency cores, right? And they're basically significantly lower clocked cores, but they're designed for efficiency, hence the name, right? So they are basically, they squeeze more of these on than if they were to put normal cores on there. And on specific work tasks, it ends up not only more power efficient, but it gets more done, right? But when it comes to gaming, it's about having as much power as possible. What crystals you run for Pig Cave? It's the same crystals you run everywhere. The only thing that ever should change with your crystals is whether or not you need resists. Otherwise, your crystals should be the same everywhere. Or maybe if you're squishier, like if your armors aren't up to snuff, then you could take where you would put those resists and put in bitters. But that's about it. Or yeah, I guess you could swap corrupteds for back attacks too, but that's very, very seldom the case. Most places you should just use crit crystals, not back attacks. That's like exclusively for maybe Olins now, because in the past it wouldn't be for Olins, but you could probably make an argument for it now. But more so like Cyclops, Trolls. Underground Gaifen. Not that that's really a popular grind spot. I used to use the if anything before they made it so that it doesn't save anymore from Task Manager. How important is it from video? Before they made it so that it doesn't save anymore from Task Manager. Oh, I mean, it has a pretty noticeable performance, right? Because Windows is always going to try to utilize your first core as well. Like, almost everything is going to be trying to use your first core, first and foremost, before it goes on to others. And since Windows is going to be primarily using just that core, taking your game off the first core so it's not competing with Windows and just having it use your other cores can add additional improvement. It's not massive, but, you know, a little bit, little by little, a little bit comes a lot. One of the biggest things, like I used to use a 13900K, and it was a pretty massive game performance increase if I turned off the hyper-threading and I turned off the efficiency cores. At that point, the primary difference between that and the 7950 X3D was like the amount of stuttering that I got. And that's where the X3D, the extra cache, comes a long way. Performance on any device will significantly decrease if things need to be start loading out rapidly in and out of the memory because there's not enough memory for it, right? Like if it's in the middle of doing a task, like you guys have probably all experienced this. Like if you're using a graphics card with lower VRAM and then you try to play it like a really high resolution, you like hit this threshold where you bump up the resolution and all of a sudden your frame rate just takes a massive nosedive. And that'll be largely because the textures and everything it's trying to load are now exceeding the memory of your video card. And now it has to start loading things in and out constantly while it's trying to render everything. And it has a pretty significant impact on performance. Same thing with your PC, your RAM, right? Having faster memory is always good, but it's nowhere near as detrimental as having enough. If you ever have to choose between making sure you have enough memory or having faster memory, always focus on having enough. Because you could have faster memory but not have enough of it, and it'll perform way worse than shittier memory but having enough. The way I like to try to visualize this is imagine you have a dump truck, right? And you're trying to deliver sand from one spot to another. Now, you can have a truck that goes faster or a truck with a bigger capacity. And if you have a large enough capacity to move all the sand in one trip, it's going to be a lot faster than a truck that maybe travels 20% faster, but has to do it in 2 trips, right? Eight gigabyte card's not enough? Nope. And Nvidia needs to learn this. 16 is like the fucking bare minimum these days, and if you're planning on playing in 4K, yeah, you better get it a heck of a lot more. Yeah. Well, it's hard to get 32. I think the only cards with 32 is the 5090 and the 4090, right? I'm pretty sure everything else is 16 or lower. I think the 4090 had 32. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, 24. Oh, I forgot about that interval. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was talking about both Raffle Stomper. Yeah, 32 for like system memory. I definitely would recommend 32 at the minimum these days for sure. Wait, that is a weird problem, Rogue. That is a weird issue. I've never heard of that. Yeah, you definitely don't need to use something like IQON. If you have a little bit of know-how and you're willing to take some time, you could even go through and Google stuff and do it. One thing that's nice about IQON is it's just like one click, go to the bathroom, come back, it's done. It'll be done long before you're done in the bathroom. It'll be done in the amount of time it takes you to wash your hands. But, so I like it for the convenience. It saves you time, right? But yeah, you can do like 90 easily. Like your average person could do 90% of the performance tweaks on their own. It'll just take you some time to, you know, listen to the video, follow through, remember which to do. GTS, Google that shit, yeah. There's some people who are super intimidated by adjusting any settings on their PC, right? So that's where IQON really comes into play too, is just one button. Off they go. Quick, easy. Yeah, IQON definitely takes it a step further because I've always prided myself on how well I've been able to keep my PC running tip-top shape, not get a bunch of useless shit on there. And before IQON had their app, I had Triz remote into my PC and do their optimization. They reached out to me and wanted to give me a free optimization. And like when Triz reached out to me years and years ago, I thought it was snake oil. I was like, yeah, you're probably just gonna follow Canadian Dude's guide and, you know, go through that. But yeah, after, you know, a couple years of them building their business, I was like, you know what? This must not be snake oil. By now, I'm sure there would have been a lot of people coming out being like, yeah, that's bullshit. But everybody still swore by it. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to give them a try. And I let him remote in. I sat there and I watched him the whole time while he did it. And there was a lot of little extra things, right? He was super. He was like, holy crap, you actually do keep your shit in tip-top shape. But there was still more that could be done. And he squeezed a bit more performance out of it, right? And I was like, okay, you know what? If you can squeeze a bit more performance out of my PC, then, you know, your average PC user is going to see a decent bump. And for me, customer service is everything too, right? And they definitely pride themselves on their customer service. When there is issues, they try to make it right, and if they can't make it right, then they refund. That's what I've heard, right? I obviously didn't have to get a refund, but, you know, to me, customer service is the best way to get loyal customers. People will compromise a bit on the product a bit if they know that they have that, like, security blanket of, like, if anything goes wrong, they're handled. That was one of the reasons why I was just a loyal EVGA fan for so long, because their customer service was always unparalleled. To me, good customer service is a reflection of how a company views its customers, right? How much they respect their customers. Yeah, I've done a lot of troubleshooting over the years too, and the biggest thing for me, I find, like 90% of the effort of fixing a problem is just figuring out how to repeat the problem. Because once you can isolate the problem and basically create it on command, you can now isolate exactly what's causing the issue, or narrow it down to what could be causing the issue. And then after that point, it's just trial and error. Okay, these are all the things that can cause this problem. Time to start swapping them out one at a time and see if it does it. And then eventually you find what causes it, right? So what if they're using AI chatbot as support? Hey, if AI chatbot is able to solve the problem, I don't see any issue with that. A certain motherboard? I don't know. I just have, for my 7950 X3, I have the MSI Tomahawk something or another. I can't remember the numbers, to be completely honest. Yeah, I don't think that using AI is bad for that, right? If the AI bot helps them with simple tasks that are 99% of the problems and allows the technicians to focus on the more specific tasks, I think that can create a better environment. I want a 9800 X3D myself. I would recommend that to anybody if they're looking to buy a new processor and are only focused on gaming. They should have a recommended settings in the optimization. Like, they have 3 different optimizations. They have, like, the light, the recommended, and the performance. Yeah, since I have my 7950 X3D and I just have it in gaming mode, I basically have that second CCD turned off, and I'm pretty sure the SMT turned off as well. So like at this point, I practically just turned it into a 7800 X3D. So, like I said, I'm waiting to I'm waiting to hear back from my accountant to find out how much I owe on taxes, and once I get that back, then I'll see how much I have left, and I'll probably buy a 9800 X3D and then sell my 7950 X3D to recoup some of the costs. One of the biggest thing too with the 9th generation X3Ds is the way they actually layered the extra cache. Now it's not really insulating, right? They ended up putting it the extra cache underneath as opposed to on top, so you actually have better cooling performance, which will add to either longer and better boost times, or even possibly more overclocking if you want to overclock. Nice little tri-belt. Oh my god, I forgot I was auto-rolling. Ugh. Oh, this is disgusting. Oh shit. Wait, we just get an ominous ring? Oh my goodness, we are rich. Good go. Okay. Random question, can you exchange compass pieces for another yet? No. No, you cannot. Yeah, no, if I had a 7800 X3D trip, I wouldn't bother swapping to a 9800 X3D either. But if I'm not properly using the 7950 X3D and I'm basically dumbing it down to operate like a 7800 X3D, the only reason why I want to upgrade it to a 9800 X3D is once again, it's a very minor, negligible increase in performance. But right now, the 7950 X3D still has value for creators, right? For people who want those extra cores for tasks, and it can have a significant reduction in time that it takes to render things. So it's not so much that I want it for the performance. It's just I right now I know I can sell the 7950 X3D and get back a decent value from it while it still has value, right? To get a new one on my wife's PC? Really? Yeah, I don't know what the going rate is. I'd have to take a look at the comparable, right? The 9950X 3D. Honestly, it might be sooner than later. I still have the original box and everything it came into. I could just put it in there and ship it out. I think ideally it would probably be best not to be shipped internationally. I don't know how duty and stuff goes, shipping stuff the other way. Yeah, that was why I replaced my 13900K, is I actually was one of those early batches that was affected by it. And I was starting to have the degradation from the chip. So I figured if I was upgrading, I might as well take the plunge to AMD, and I definitely don't regret it. How much does a 9950X 3D go for? Let's start with that. The $1,000 Canadian. So that'd probably be like what, $700 American? Oh, 730 American. Okay, let's take a look at a 7950 brand new. Why the fuck does this show a 7950X 3D at like $100 less? God damn. So brand new, it looks like you're still spending like 960 bucks, or sorry, 660 bucks for this chip. It's crazy because this chip is actually more expensive brand new than a 9800X 3D. So I could practically, I mean, if I could get like 500 US for it, I'd be a happy fucking camper. I don't know if that would be unreasonable though, because it is a used chip, and obviously there would be no warranty attached to it. But I've had zero problems with it since I've had it. Oh, warranty is absolutely worth a lot, because it is super annoying to buy something, and like that's one of the main reasons why I don't like buying things used either, right? Is you never know, like that shit could just freak chance die like a week later, and now you're out that money. Yeah, maybe instead of 500, like 400 US would be more reasonable. Because of the lack of warranty. Just that warranty is a big deal. I don't know. Like I said, I'm waiting to get my taxes back, find out how much money I owe. I should actually message my wife. It'd be really nice if my taxes could be nice and paid off before I go on my trip. I slightly overpaid my taxes last year too. Fucking government. So I got my tax bill, I paid it, and then like a month later, they're like, "Oh, you have a late filing fee," and I was like, "Well, that doesn't make any fucking sense." I ain't about to start trying to argue with the government. So I just paid it, and I was like, "Okay, fine, I'll just file my taxes earlier." And then like a month later, I get another thing of mail from them, and it says, "Oh, you overpaid your taxes. Apparently I didn't need to pay the late filing fee. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? But they don't send you a check back. They basically just say, you know, go to your CRA account and transfer that money to your future year taxes, basically. So that already went partially to my my taxes for this year. Should hire Trep to do my taxes. I bet it'd be great. IRS store credit? No, this is the CRA. This is the government. I mean, I guess it's basically the same thing for you guys, right? We got the CRA, the Canadian Revenue Agency. What does IRS stand for anyways? Something revenue suckers? I don't know. Do not taxes on tips that apply to subs? I live in Canada, so not for me. Even if it does. I don't think a subscription counts as a tip, though. I think donations would count as a tip, but I'm pretty sure subs wouldn't. Yeah, bits would probably count as tips as well. But I don't think subs count. I think you might be opening up yourself to the risk of getting audited if you try to file your sub revenue as... Actually, considering how Twitch pays, there isn't even a separation of that on the... or maybe it is if you're American, but with the information they send me, there is no separation between sub revenue and ad revenue or anything like that. What's up, Subliminal? I would definitely talk to an accountant before trying to file anything like that as tips, because I've never been audited, but I've heard it is not a good experience and it is an expensive experience. So I would definitely talk to like an accountant to make sure that's straight. Audit protection. Yeah, we don't have something like that here. If you have a registered accountant, and I have an accountant that handles both my wife's business and my Twitch income, and whenever you have like a registered certified accountant, then yeah, things are a lot easier for you than if you're filing your taxes on your own. I've never heard of something actually called audit protection, though. I actually am considering ourselves extremely lucky. We had an accountant here that my wife and I used to use, and we moved over to them one year, and our taxes were insanely low, how much money we owed. And we told the accountant, we said, this isn't right. Every year we have to pay like $10,000 to $20,000 in taxes. This isn't right. And they insisted, oh, no, the way things change, you know, blah, 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 you're good. We're like, no, we're pretty sure this isn't good. Like, could you please go over it again? And they're like, no, things are good. They insisted. We're like, okay, we hire you. You're the expert. We hire you because we want you to save us money. Yo, sick. We got extra money. So we were excited, but we were still super apprehensive. The next year, we go to file our taxes, and the accountant looks at it again while doing our taxes the next year and goes, uh-oh, we fucked up on your last year's taxes? You actually owe this much on your taxes last year on top of now what you owe this year. And we're like, you motherfuckers. We told you how many fucking times that we knew that you guys weren't doing it right. And they tried to make, well, you should have pressured us more. What the fuck you talking about? It's your job. This is why we hire you. You're telling us that we should have hassled you about your job? Like, what the fuck? So we were pissed. They ended up refunding all the money that we paid them for the service, for the taxes, and we took our business elsewhere. Well, we dodged a bullet because that same accountant, just last year, there was multiple businesses they were doing taxes for, and they've been fucking them up for multiple years, and a couple of these businesses got all of a sudden tax bills for like $100,000, $200,000 because they just haven't been adequately paying their taxes for years because of the same fucking accountant. I am so happy we dipped and got out of there. But honestly, did you say you motherfucker to him? Nah. My wife probably did. She was the one that brings all of our stuff over there. I just get all my taxes in order. My shit's super easy. I put it on a USB, I hand it over, she brings it to the accountant. My wife has like a stack of shit for the business and payroll and all that crap. That's not a bullet, that's an ICBM. Yeah, it is. I don't know how those businesses are going to make ends meet. Maybe, hopefully they were smart and they took that extra income and just put it to the side, right? Or the extra money, not income, but the money that they should have paid on taxes and they saved it. I mean, one of the businesses is still in business, so, you know, it didn't sink them. There should come a point where if an accountant fucks up that hard, that bad, they should have to pay your taxes. At the very least, they should have to pay any interest that is accumulated on that money owed. They should refund all the money you spent on their service and have to pay the interest on what you owe. Yeah, it would probably be super easy for me too as well. I practically do 99% of it for the account. I get everything in order. I tally shit up in notepads. I get everything ready to go. And she basically just has to plug in all the numbers I provided her. I just like them having that stamp of certified accountant on it. It still costs me like $300 though. Why is my Discord going off? Why the fuck did I just hear so many pings? Oh, red. Yo, riding more racing? That's sick. You know what's hilarious? Exactly that. The government knows how much we owe. They just want to know. They just want to, I guess, see how honest we are. And if we fuck up and overpay, they're like, damn, that's a shame. But if you accidentally underpay, they're like, no, bitch, pay us tomorrow plus interest. I swear, it's just a fucking scheme to try to squeeze more money out of us. Beating on people who forget, yeah. Ooh. Deadeye is a very smooth feeling class, for sure. Oh, 1 second. Yo, what's up, Triz? My voice isn't coming through? No, I was on the telephone. I was just talking to my wife, so I muted my mic. But yeah, I've been streaming on Twitch and YouTube for quite a while now, and then I've recently added Kick to it about a week ago. Once I found out they changed their policy on multi-streaming. Probably end up adding more to it as well. No reason not to just add as many platforms as I can. I definitely have the bandwidth to handle it. Yeah, I might add TikTok in there as well. I think there's TikTok and one other. Maybe it's X? TikTok and Twitter? I like how they renamed it to X, but everybody still just calls it Twitter. Yeah, we have a lot on this, a lot of metal and rock on this playlist. Yeah. Turning off the E-cores and making sure your game doesn't use them is a pretty big deal. Like I said, if you don't want to turn off the E-cores, you can just set up an affinity batch file that'll just tell the game which ones to use without turning the E-cores off. Because there might be some other applications you do, especially if you're a content creator, where maybe you want that extra horsepower, right? The extra cores. But if all you're doing is just gaming, then yeah, the E-cores, you know, they're not really serving you very well. You don't really care about efficiency. Like I said, when I used to use my 13900K, I would actually turn off the E-cores and the hyper-threading. You still think you'd get better performance out of AMD? You would, for sure. I went from a 13900K to this. I also had another buddy who had a 13900K and went to this, and then he also upgraded to a 9800X3D. Neither one of us regret our decision. We definitely feel it was worth it. The real question is, you know, you got a high-end CPU and you're going to another high-end CPU. It's not going to be a completely ridiculous improvement, but you definitely will notice a significant reduction in stutter. But if it was like a brand new person just building a new PC, I would definitely recommend the X3D. I would recommend going AMD. AMD is just killing it for gaming performance. Yeah, and the 1% lows are what's most important, in my opinion. I would rather have a lower peak FPS, but higher 1% lows than the other way around. It's those 1% lows that make that shit feel real janky. Oh, don't apologize for talking with each other. I'm just here chilling like you guys are. I just happen to be the guy hogging the controller. That's it. But I don't mind if you guys just talk amongst each other. Shit, that makes shit easier for me. Why aren't I rank 1? Well, I am not Kelb. Kelb is different. I've been talking up Kelb for a couple seasons now. Ever since his performance in season 4. People don't know. People are now learning about Kelb. Something I learned a couple seasons ago. That man is different. But I'm just very uninterested in this season. I don't know, it just feels... It doesn't feel satisfying. The Awakened Sage, you're just kind of expected to win. Like, you take a look at the Awakened Sage top 20, like, there's some names there. Those are some very mediocre people that have now found success. I don't know. Pushing top 100 on a class that you're kind of expected to just feels very unsatisfying. I even tried playing, like, because we had our weekly, right? Where you could get 100 crons for your first win, another 100 for your second win, and then 3 wins after that, you got another 300 crons. So I was like, fuck it, you know what? I was like, you know what? I'll do my 5 wins, and maybe that'll motivate me to play. And all it did was just unmotivate me even more, because it was just... The playstyle just doesn't feel satisfying to me before. Before, like, juggling your protections in order to properly manage your stamina, and then just, you know, wait for a good opportunity, try to get a catch, get a kill. That was great, right? That was... It felt satisfying to me when you did it effectively. Now it's like you don't need to worry about managing your stamina. You have shorter cooldowns and more protections, so you're not trying to properly rotate and juggle those cooldowns and positioning to maintain your stamina. Also, you don't have to catch people to kill people. You can legit just trade people down. It feels so unsatisfying. What do you expect the nerf to be? I don't know. I don't want to predict it. PA has had instances where they over-nerf. They have had instances where they under-nerf. I just pray that there's some type of... I don't know. I hope that we don't just get taken out back and have a bullet put between our eyes. There are a few classes that have been nerfed as badly as we have been in the past. Post reboot, when we went from being broken and they gutted us, and then they simultaneously buffed everyone else, that shit was miserable. And that makes me worried, because there's a whole bunch of PvP changes that they've said are gonna happen, but now I feel like I'm having flashbacks of reboots where they're going to nerf us for this environment and bring us back. But then we're going to see a wave of buffs that happen to a whole bunch of other classes at when this season ends. And, like, instead of everyone being... off. Anybody else want some smoke? Instead of, like, us being here and everybody being here, it's just going to do this again. And, like, this is so much worse. You might be like, oh, well, it's just the other side of the table. It's like, well, no. When 20 classes are this much above you, and you're the one down there, it feels miserable. Because everyone you run into, it feels like shit. Where when it's like this, and it's only one class, and it's like, yeah, it fucking sucks, but at least it's only one class bullying everybody, right? It's miserable when when you're in the dumps. Because you got to deal with everyone else. You fucking assholes, man. Every time I'm trying to have a serious conversation, I need to set up a hotkey to just fucking disable all redeems. But there's few classes that got it as bad as we got it. Awaken Nova. Awaken Nova might actually be one of them right now that's experiencing what we experienced. They have had a pretty steep drop-off. But yeah, I'm just worried this is going to be like reboots. The season's going to end, they're going to nerf us as we deserve it, but then they're going to go and buff everyone else. And they're going to buff everyone else to where we are, but now we're going to get sent to where they were. Oh shit, we finished this run already? Oh, I didn't open my last box. Oh. Damn, Stonetail fodders at max. People going for horses, I guess. Oh, I recommend you play the game the way that you wanna play it. Let your heart take over. If I wanted to play a second account, I'd have a second account. No, definitely wasn't too much. Deadeye is still a perfectly viable class. I don't think the PvE was a bit much. I think the PvE would have been a bit much if, or is only considered weird. The PvE nerfs are only considered weird because they ended up also buffing other classes to that level. There's no doubt that classes like DK and Deadeye were overperforming everybody. But when they buff other classes up to that level, you're like, oh, okay, they're trying to get everybody to that level. And then they nerf those classes, but now there's new classes at that level. It's like a head scratcher. It's like, what the fuck? But it's still, once again, a perfectly viable grinder. It's not a bad grinder. If PV... Yo. I don't think Orca said a more true thing ever in his life. Yo. I vibe with that so hard. If the PvE nerf makes the class unfun, you actually didn't have fun on the class. That is hard, cold facts. Right there. And I am so surprised it came from Orca. Way behind in PvE? Yeah, probably like maybe Suckvelk. I know Suckdrag got some buffs. I don't know how far they are behind now. The gap between classes is definitely smaller than it was before they did the PvE changes for sure. I don't think there's any classes that are performing higher than the meta classes were before, but there's a lot more classes that are performing closer to what that meta benchmark was. I've been a Sage player as long as Sage has existed. I wasn't always a Sage player because Sage didn't always exist. I played Warrior for the first 3 years, I played Guardian for a year, and then I played Sage. And I would have been a Warrior main that full 4 years if the tag system existed back then. But there was no tag system. I would have just used Guardian for Siege back then if the tag system existed. I think one thing that really sucks with Suckdrag is how dependent it is on ions, and how the pre-buffing skills do so little damage in PvE. Like, you're constantly trying to build ions and pre-buff, and it just comes out of your overall damage. I feel like the PvE damage on your setup abilities for PvE need to be bumped, and I think that would go a long way for it. Suckvelk is weird as fuck because that class is revolved around for the longest time just spamming Sword of Judgment. And I don't mean like spamming it back to back to back to back, but you would do different abilities that would cancel into a faster Sword of Judgment. So it was about cycling those abilities and then weaving Sword of Judgment in there. But ever since they nerfed a lot of abilities in the game that if you use them when they're on cooldown, they do less damage, it absolutely neutered Velk. For this spot, where does it stay on the minimap? There's a monster zone information thing here. This is a pretty good indicator right here. Like these stats, PA's done a pretty good job. That if you just use those stats, you're in a good spot. How long has Pig been open? I don't know, over an hour now. We're about to shut this down in about 1 minute. I fucked up this bag bad. Holy crap. Is it my turn? Nope. All these fucking losers not putting their tent away. There we go. Oh, shit. Oh.
Pro tip. Jung Hodi doesn't even have a tent.
He has to take a blue pill to set up his tent. Yeah, they took a minor drop in performance, but they made them quite a bit more efficient in terms of power consumption and heat. It makes me wonder if they're going to use that extra headway next generation to maybe have a a more significant bump. I know Intel was also supposed to come out with their own variation of the extra cache, right? Of the X3D chips. So it'll be interesting to see if they're able to yield the same results when they finally do that. Well, the thing about the chips is they're designed because they want to be at that temperature. Not that they want to be at that temperature, but they're boosting themselves because they're like, oh, okay, whenever there's extra thermal headroom, they're going to try to boost themselves even higher while maintaining stability, but try to boost themselves higher to take advantage of that extra thermal threshold. That's why overclocking, manual overclocking, is largely a thing of the past, unless you're just trying to set benchmark scores. These days, the chips are so good at managing extra thermal headroom, or taking advantage of extra thermal headroom, that it's a lot less necessary to go in there and try to manually overclock and try to squeeze 10, maybe 20% more performance out of your chip. This is the run? Hell yeah, it is. Congratulations, me. Woo! 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 Never mind. Not this time. Yeah, undervolting is really nice avenue too, because it does. Undervolting will have some pretty significant temperature drops. And because you have that lower temperature drop... What's up, hon? Oh, okay. No, you can move it further back. Yeah, that too. We got lots of rain in the rain barrel. So yeah, sorry, undervolting. Undervolting is really useful because it will have a pretty significant drop in your temperatures, and then because you have that drop, then it'll just start boosting higher and longer. It'll be able to maintain those the automatic boosting even longer. Some people will try to make the argument too that it'll make your hardware last longer, but I think that's a very short-sighted argument, because even though it's technically true, the your hardware is going to be obsolete long before its average degradation time. If you're using your CPU for 10 years, you're going to have a lot more issues than worrying about it dying at that point. Might have to do with availability webs. There was a point in time where it was difficult to get your hands on a 5800 X3D or 7800 X3D or whatever. It might have been just a supply issue. This PC he won as well, so maybe that was why, right? You Glorious Goat in AOS yet? You probably won't, Danny. I'm very uninterested in this season. This season feels like an Awakened Sage handout season. I just find it very unsatisfying playing AOS on Awakened Sage this season. Yeah. Yeah, Hash is just as broken as Awakened Sage. The only difference is Hash is actually more difficult to play than Awakened Sage. And when something's more difficult, there's obviously more opportunities to fuck up, but like it's just as busted. Let's stop pretending like. But it just feels like a charity season for sages. Right now it feels more so like in the past it felt like if you played well, you would be rewarded and you could win. Now it's like you're expected to win, and it's not a matter of you playing well to win. It's a matter of you not fucking up to lose, if that makes any sense. How long has it been open? It's been open a while. I recommend Garmoth.com. They have that shit in there. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? I was trying to explain this earlier, Danny. 1 second. I was trying to explain this earlier, Danny, that, like in the past, like, you're in this game of cat and mouse with the other team. You're trying to, you couldn't really trade people down. Maybe if you could land, like, if people got caught, you could drop some big damage on them, but you weren't really killing people standing unless they were giving you their back, right? Which is, you know, more or less like a CC. But, you were trying to juggle, like, proper positioning and rotating proper protections to make sure that you can manage your stamina, not overburn your stamina, trying to fish for the catch so you could go for the kill. Now it's like our cooldowns have lost seconds off them, so it's easier to manage your cooldowns. We've been given more protections between Lightning Surge and Chain Lightning, so it's easier. You have more shorter cooldown protections to use as well. You don't have to worry about managing your stamina, so you can just go crazy so much longer. And then on top of that, you don't even need to catch people. You can just kill them standing. You're not even sitting there trying to play this cat and mouse game trying to get a catch. No, you're killing them standing. It feels very unsatisfying to me. And I am 100% confident Awakened Sage is going to get some nerfs after this season is over. I'm terrified for those nerfs, but I will adapt. But I kind of don't want to get used to it, you know? I feel like with this season being so short, there's only going to be like 3 more weeks. Probably get some nerfs after that, and I'll just, instead of getting used to what we have now, I'll just wait till we get nerfed and get used to that, you know? Luckily, I already have the Solaire 100 outfit, the top 100 outfit. I can say I got it when it wasn't a handout for Awakened Sages. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of people in the top 20 for the Awakened Sage boards that they're doing better than they ever have on any other class. It's not a coincidence. They didn't just all of a sudden become better players. It's a busted class. It's a busted class that is also easy. Like Danny just said, you don't even have to worry about proper positioning and catches. Just spam your movement. Your movement is fully protected and does damage. Make sure you do that and only that, and you will have reasonable success. Think you're fucking funny, don't you? I ain't falling for that shit, Webs. Yeah, this is a knee. There's definitely going to be some Sage egos from this season, though. That is for sure. There are going to be some Sages who think that they're the best thing since sliced bread. Call them out. Oh, we'll see. Those Eagles will come out once things get a little more heated near the end of the season. Once it starts comes down to the wire, and people are competing for like the #1 slot. Or, I think some of the average Sages that are in the top 100 now, there's a lot of good players that wait more to the end of the season to start playing. So once it gets down to that last week grind, that's when people start getting a little heated, and that's, I think we'll see their egos come out. Hashes too. Oh, Hashes in general, I think they deserve more flack than Awakened Sage. Not Hash mains, not people who always played Hash, but the ones who just swapped to Hash for this season. They're just trying to do overpowered with an extra step. They're trying to make sure that they can be like, oh, we're not overpowered. Look at Sages. They're meta chasers just as much as the Sages are. It's just they're trying to be fucking sneaky about it. They don't have the balls to just speak with their chest. Yeah. Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah. Armin's a meta chaser. Yeah, he doesn't try to pretend like he isn't. And even if you are a meta chaser, that doesn't mean you're a bad player, right? Anybody who thinks Armin's a bad player is fucking obnoxious. He definitely is one of the best. Is he? Oh, he absolutely is. He's won tournaments. Yeah, it's because open world's a joke, though. Nobody looks at open world and says, yeah, this is a measure of how good somebody is. Open world is like the sandbox where people go to fuck around. That's it. Everyone just bullies PvE grinder ults? Yeah, that happens a lot. That's a fault of PA though, in my opinion. Having this massive polarity between a PvE and a PvP setup just enables this environment where people can go around and baby seal club, right? They can club down people in their PvE setups and then just dip before they can swap and just do that over and over. That's I don't blame the players. I blame PA more. Yep. Whether you accept it or not doesn't change the fact that it's reality and it's existed in every game that has that enabled to it. People will always fuck with each other, period. Emery didn't say that it was morally right or anything. It's just the way it is. And if you spend any time on the internet doing online gaming in sandboxes, you'll know that this is just the way it is. Hence the phrase, don't hate the player, hate the game, right? It's up for the game to address these issues. Okay, I'll be back in a minute, you guys. Okay, chat, I'm back. Why am I clicking Pity and dying? Ooh! Okay, I gotta catch back up. If anything, I want all classes to be equal, but also good in specific situations to make them different. Well, there's too much for that. That's a pipe dream. You're never going to have perfect balance. There's never been a balanced MMO in the history of MMOs, and there never will be. But I do agree with the second part of it. There should be trade-offs to classes, and that's one thing that is lacking. That's one thing some of the strongest classes have had in common, right? Like Awakening Sage now and how Awakening Drac was. There was no trade-off. They were strong in a bunch of areas and no longer weak in areas. At least previous Sage, like its trade-off was like, yeah, it was a strong 1v1 class, but you could pressure its stamina. It had stamina issues, out the yin-yang, and if you had difficulty managing stamina, you would do terrible on it. Classes that had range damage typically in the past were less protected or were squishier. Or classes who had higher damage were squishier. Classes who were tanky with higher damage would have less mobility. There was always a trade-off, it felt like, right? Like, sure, you might be stronger than everyone else in one area, but weaker in another. And that's what made those strengths acceptable. But these days, it just feels like we're lacking trade-offs. Yeah. These imbalances will always exist too, as long as we want class identity. If you want classes to feel different, you're always going to have these trade-offs. You're never going to be able to balance it perfectly. The only way to balance it perfectly is to just homogenize all the classes and make sure they all have the exact same protections, the exact same movement, the exact same damage, the exact same stamina usage, the exact same cooldowns. Because it'll just be a slippery slope, right? Like, if we went down this road and we said, okay, well, you know what, because of how protected we're making everybody, now it's time, we've made everybody super protected, now it's time to give everybody a grab. And then you give everybody a grab, and now everybody's like, well, not all of us have the same iframes. So then they gotta give everybody the same iframes, and then they give everybody the same iframes, and then people start complaining about the classes that have more mobility. So now you gotta give everybody the same mobility, right? And before you know it, it just becomes a very boring game, because no classes have an identity anymore. Keeping everything reasonably balanced is what's important, and making sure that you're just constantly shuffling the balance. Make sure, like, the deck is always being shuffled, and you never know which one's gonna come out on top, as long as it's just reasonably on top. Right? As long as it's reasonable. People don't care if a class is 5 or 10% more powerful and it's only like a month or two long, right? People hate it when a class is like twice as strong as everyone else and that shit lasts for a year. Are drops broken? I don't know. Are they? Just laughing? Yeah, we don't care. You go ahead and laugh your way into misery. You're obviously a very miserable person based on how you've been portraying yourself. You got that victim mentality. You know what you guys should do when somebody comes and whoops your ass in game? Have it motivate you to get stronger. Yeah? Well, you definitely don't portray it very well. You might want to work on that. Sometimes Twitch breaks if you're watching 2 streams that have drops. That might be why. Happy people famously have to say they're happy. True. True. That is something, huh? But I am the only one watching one stream? Probably not. I think most people will put up a couple streams these days. But I agree or don't agree with the point, yeah. Just somebody disconnected with reality. Emery and I both acknowledge that there's a problem with the way PA has open world structured and why it feels less satisfying to PvP because of the disparity between PvE and PvP setups. But that's something for PA to address. Odin here is acting like for some reason, in the first time in internet history, the internet isn't going to be the internet and they're all going to act morally, which is a completely obnoxious claim. Because if the world could operate that way, there would be no reason for laws. And even with laws, people still break them. Like, so I don't know what kind of fucking magical world this person's living in, but the reality is that's just the way the world is, and you better get fucking used to it. I love the comment in this game. I just want different PV content than just grinding. It would be cool. I don't know. One thing I really liked was in Terra was the big ass monsters. I always hoped that PA would give that same feel, because like the boss blitz still don't feel as good as like the big ass monsters did in Terra. I wish that there was I don't know what it is, the disconnect between those two, because it seems like it was something they were aiming for. It felt really nice where you could choose whether or not you want to take on this big monster or just go into a meat grinder, right? Yeah, Highlands was like another attempt to kind of feel like that, but it still didn't have the same feel. Yeah, I don't know anything about fractals. I think it's a tough line to walk when it comes to group and solo content. That is one thing I've loved about BDO compared to MMOs I played in the past, where like almost every other MMO I played in the past, all of your progression can be done solo up till a certain point, and then once you reach a point in your progression, now the only way to progress is through group content, and I hate that system. I think it's alright to have that as an option, but I hate when it becomes mandatory that now you have to juggle your schedule with other people. And I've kind of felt like BDO's been a breath of fresh air in that regard, where all of my progression can just be done solo. And this is where the fine line, I think, is, right? Where you could try to run this line in between, where there is this perfect balance of both. I don't think you're ever going to have it perfectly balanced. And if it gets skewed one direction to the other, then like either people will just not want to group grind or everybody will feel obligated to group grind. It'll be really hard to run that line where it feels like an option. So, I'm not opposed group content. I just feel like BDO's kind of a breath of fresh air in regards to it not being reliant on group content. So, but if they could manage to walk that line to make it feel optional, I kind of like what they have now, where like you have a couple things that you do as a group, but once you knock those out, there's the solo stuff. Yeah, that's a big part of it too, right? Yeah, because there's the coordination time, right? Getting people together, the downtime in between. That has to be factored into the efficiency of it. I think one thing that would be better, and I think they've been trying to do this, Sirmes, is make more difficult PvE content. So you feel like you're gearing up to try more difficult and different things. They definitely haven't done a great job, but I think they've definitely done much better in the last year than the years prior. The years prior just felt like everything was a meat grinder, there was no challenge. Aside from maybe like when they first added Ash Forest, I didn't like that place, as Divios. But like most content for a long time, it just felt like more meat grinders, more meat grinders. No challenge, nothing really interesting going on, just more meat grinders. They would try to add mechanics, but they were kind of just more annoying than anything. Yeah, nighttime is an obsolete mechanic that feels like shit. There to get you to take a break. At some places it feels that way, right? The problem with how damage and stuff scales at the high end, and the way that scales, right? Doesn't sound much. I don't know what the actual number is, but giving the mobs 10% more AP doesn't sound like much. But when you consider with how that interacts with your DR, 10% more AP doesn't mean 10% more damage. 10% more AP can double the amount of damage you take. And then to get that all for a 10% item increase drop rate, it just feels not worth it, right? The risk should feel, or sorry, the reward should feel proportional to the risk. It doesn't have to be a perfect one-to-one, but man, right now it's just so off. Or they just remove it. Yeah, I think that's the easiest thing. Nighttime, it serves no purpose. Other than just to be annoying. Or how about this? Maybe this will be a more interesting mechanic. Make it so at nighttime, you only suffer half the karma loss as normal. Oh, that could have been me! What? That's bullshit. Oh, that was so perfectly timed. Oh, fuck you, game. Fuck you. That should have been me. Oh, you rat. Oh. Oh, I got so fucking baited. My heart's pumping. I thought it was me. Oh, fuck. That was so perfectly timed. Jesus. A little too quick. No, my loot scroll's gonna run out. There we go, bought myself 20 seconds. Oh no, I accidentally turned it off! Shit! Turn it back on! Oh, I could've waited till it was almost dead and then turned it back on. I'm an idiot. Surely I can kill it in 30 seconds, right, chat? Not looking promising. This timer is ticking real fast all of a sudden. No, why are you doing that spin? You fucking rat! I can't get back attacks on you when you're doing that. There we go, I got lots of time now. Oh shit, I got no time! Turn it back on. No, I can't turn it on for 4 minutes now! Oh, from bad to worse. That's alright, I'm gonna get a big drop anyways. Rip. There's my bond. They just last week they actually released an official music video for this song. Half a century later. Yep. That sounds about right. About 9 days ago now. An official music video for this song. God damn, what is that bright light right there? The fuck is that? Yo. What is that, Chad? Oh my goodness. Why don't those ones light up as much? Can I get both of them lit up? Those are some shiny ass axes. Reflection on crack. Yeah, that's remastered for you. That goes a little overboard. No, I didn't mean to go in there. God damn it, that's not what I meant to do. Get me out of this shithole. How do I get out of here? Oh yeah, exit button. Now, this is the first time in a while I managed to empty that shit out. Huh? Well, that was open for a little while. I like that. Man, I can't believe that shit closed like that. That shit was so dirty. Yeah, it is. It is still a pretty good spot. It gives no XP. And I'm slowly trying to inch my way to 67. So I just grinded Dark Seekers. What the hell? Did I not turn at the right spot? I feel like I didn't. Get out of there! Goddamn! No, I went too far. Oh, shit. Fuck. Yeah. No more, Mr. Nice Guy. More, mystery.
This channel needs more splogga blogga and blom blom and a little spittity boem spittity boem spittity bomb. Oh yes, 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 yes.
Why is that the or hey Zethian, any guesses on what goodies we will get from the hideout ball this year? Your mom? Oh, don't really need to guess. I mean, there'll be hammers, there'll be crons, probably some horse attempts. They'll announce a new class. I think we'll probably see something about the all-in-one presets. I hope they ship it. They've had plenty of time to work on it now. Console will get a graphics update. Yeah, they'll update the fucking Shy's hats. Oh, chat. Oh. Oh, I just sold an ominous ring, chat. Maybe I should turn my loot scroll and shit on, huh? Because my weak legs couldn't handle lifting my fat ass that much longer, Beefy. You should see me. This is why the camera's always from the waist up. Because if you guys saw the real picture, you'd realize I look like a chicken. Beefy, shut up. Bring the camera back down. We don't need to have it so high up anymore. I don't know if you're still here, Divios, but I'll be honest, I did not expect to have as much fun as I did on Saturday. I actually enjoyed that fight. But even in a fight like that, I typically don't expect like, you expect to get, like, Special Forces Commander when you're doing, like, castle defense against, like, you know, a bunch of, when you're punching down on lower guilds, but I did not expect to get 180 frags against, like, Digi and Arise. Okay, we're not gonna pretend like Digi is undergeared, are we? How much silver we at? A lot. Oh fuck, I did not mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that either. Okay, now we can fix this. Shut up, Sean. Wow. Oh. I think it's your season to climb on shy. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me with competition like that little Mogwai devil? The hell is that shy's name? Mega. That guy's a problem. You know what they should do before the Heidel Ball? A little costume price increase to just get the costumes flowing again before the ball. Hey, what do you think, chat? Ooh, yes. Yes. Hey, that wasn't my idea, but I think that's a great idea for you, Gladiator. $900 billion costumes? What do you mean 900 billion costumes? I don't have 900 billion costumes. That's the MSI Afterburner. Ooh, that was a nasty stutter. Click it, bitch. You won't. Man gets carried in 24 hours and taps 2 decks in like 20 clicks. And now he's out here fucking holding his balls for everyone to see, thinking he's fucking magical. Just flexing on a very humble Oct user like myself. It's kind of disgusting. Well, technically not silver. Half of it is crons. Over half of it is crons. The most important thing to me is all-in-one presets. Ooh, a little Dekia fragment. The day will eventually come, if they don't implement something different. I'm doing pretty good, Jabberwock. How you doing? Thank you. We're already well above it. Yep. Silver and costumes. I'm at about 4.5 trill. out. You know why I have PTSD of this situation? Because we already got our PvP buffs, but they already announced that they're going to be doing a bunch of PvP buffs to other classes. And this is reminiscent of the reboots to me, because they nerfed us at the same time as buffing everyone else, and that's why the reboot nerfs felt so fucking bad on Awakened Sage. And I feel like the same thing is going to happen. We already know there's buffs coming to other classes, and now it's very obvious we need to be nerfed. They're going to nerf us down to their level and buff everyone else to our level, and we're just going to be left having to deal... Instead of everybody else having to deal with 1 or 2 classes that are overperforming, we're going to have to deal with being shit and having to deal with the other 23 classes performing better than we are. Which feels much worse when you're the one in that position. I hope that they are smart about it. On the bright side, I'm going down to the PA office in just over 2 weeks. Maybe I won't be able to talk about it, but maybe I'll get lucky and they'll run by the nerfs past me first. They'll say, okay, Zeph, you're here. These are the nerfs we're proposing. What do you think? Dragon Boy going too? No, they're bringing the worst class and the best class in the game out there. I'm obviously the best. I bet you guys can guess who the worst class in the game is. Hope they take me out for some good food. That'd be cool. I just hate that I have to travel so far and I don't have an international airport in my city, so like I gotta spend a whole day traveling to spend a day there and spend a whole day traveling home. I spend 2 days traveling just to spend some time there. Everyone else going only has to travel like 2 to 4 hours by plane. I'm fucking jealous. Yeah, I have to go to Toronto first. I fly to Toronto, and then I got a 3-hour, God, what the fuck? Why can't I think of the word right now? I got 3 hours between flights, and then I hop on a plane to LA. So it's a bit of a trip. Layover, thank you. Yes. So I got to spend... I leave at 11 a.m. my time, so I got to be at the airport for like 9 a.m. my time. And then I arrive there at about, in LA at about 6 p.m. their time, which is about 9 p.m. my time. So I'm going to be spending 12 hours traveling. Luckily, most of it will be on my ass. I'll make sure I eat some Taco Bell the night before so I can fucking stink up the plane. No, I'm kidding. Thank you, babe. One thing that's kind of exciting is on the way back I get to ride a Dreamliner. I've never been on a plane that big before. Yeah, I could have took an earlier flight there that was shorter, that had no layover. But if I would have done that, then I would have arrived there at like 10 a.m. LA time. But I would have had to leave at like 3 a.m. my time. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to be way too tired for that shit. It sounds great having like almost a whole extra day in LA, but I'd just be a whole zombie that day. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just go. I'll take the daytime flight, get there, get to the hotel, probably order some food, sit and chill, or if there's a restaurant or something nearby, maybe I'll go walk down to it and eat. Looks like there might be a nice sushi spot nearby. But go sit and chill, sleep, maybe have a drink at the bar, and then get up and get ready for the fun little meeting. I can't talk about anything that's going on at the office, but after I get back, I'll know what I'll be able to talk about. Yeah, if they just nerf it and make it weaker Moxito, I'll still play it. I'm just worried that they end up just like if they ruin the play style of it. Blend in with the fentanyl zombies? Oh, you're right. Wait a minute. Don't mind the human shit and needles? Yeah, don't worry. I have never been to the West Coast, though, so it's kind of cool. Maybe I should have took that earlier flight and just went down to the beach, checked out the scenery, if you know what I mean. Nah, I'm kidding. It's going to be fucking probably hot as hell. My Canadian ass ain't going to be able to handle the heat. I hope it's a cooler day when I arrive. A cold summer day for LA is probably like a hot summer day for me. What am I going? In just over 2 weeks. I leave on the 19th and I come back on the 21st. So we're going to be missing 3 days of streaming. Thursday, Friday, Saturday that week I'm not going to be streaming. And then I'll probably take the Sunday off, spend some time with the family, and then we'll be back to normal on Monday. We're going through a heat wave right now. You're so fucked. Oh my god. I'm going to be hiding in the air conditioning. 75 to 80 Fahrenheit ain't bad? No, I can deal with that. I'm worried if it starts getting up to 100. I don't want to deal with that shit. No, it's just before the ball. The ball will be like 5 days or something after I get back. The ball isn't hosted in LA though. I'm pretty sure that's going to be hosted in Korea, right? So, what's the Fahrenheit? It's a freedom unit. That's why it starts with F.
Have you ever had a dream that
Hey, what's up, Maxie? I'm doing fantastic. I hope you're doing good. My wife got some burgers together for me, and I just went up there when I took the little break like an hour ago. I just like seasoned the meat and everything
Hello,
like that.
how you doing today, my dude?
But she formed it into patties, and we're gonna sit out in the backyard this evening and barbecue some burgers. Probably do a little bit more yard work. Yeah. I will probably be spending 99% of my time, aside from the time it takes me to walk to my Uber or walk to my chauffeur or whatever it ends up being. That'll probably be the extent of the time I spend outside. The rest of the time will probably be either in my hotel or in the PA office. No, there's, like I said, they're bringing somebody who represents the best class and somebody who represents the worst class, and they're bringing 2 others too. I won't mention their names because I don't know if they made it public or want it public, but I'll leave that up to them. The player base for AOS this season seems really low. Yeah, there's a lot of people who just chill the first, like, bit of the season. So, it'll be interesting once it gets down to the last 2 weeks if there ends up being more queuing. But, like, when you have some people who are running, like, there's some classes that are definitely, like, no competition in them at all, for sure. Like, when you have people with a 35% win rate and they're still top 20 for their class, it shows how uncompetitive that class is. We know Huntler is going? Exactly, that's the weakest class in the game. What do you think, the Heddle Ball is going to be good? Oh yeah, I always enjoy... I'm gonna phrase this very carefully. I always enjoy the PA events. I think managing disappointment is all about managing expectations, and I think the reason there's a lot of people out there who get upset with the Heidel and the Halcyon Ball is they have unrealistic expectations. And so far, I've been super happy with what PA's been doing for the last 6 months. There's obviously more work to be done, but, you know, I feel like if they keep up the same momentum they had in the last 6 months throughout the, for like a year or two, I think we'll be in a fantastic spot. Ooh, Dooby Kinjar? That'd be sick.
Florida heat isn't bad. It makes me moist.
You know what I noticed when I was in the Dominican? Is that humid air makes it really deceiving. When you're sitting there and you're like sitting on the beach and you got that moist, humid air just kind of circulating around you and blowing on you, you don't realize how badly you're burning. And then as soon as the day's done and you go up to your hotel and you're out of the wind, all of a sudden your skin just flares up red like a fucking lobster, and you finally realize how much you cooked yourself in the sun. Wait, Horsey is playing again? I just noticed. I just throwed up Quizzage on my side monitor, and I noticed he has Horsey in his team. Why the fuck doesn't Horsey stream anymore? I liked Horsey. He did? Did he stream the other day? Wait, he is? Shut up. Why don't I see him live? What the fuck? Yo! What the hell? Did I unfollow him at some point? Oh shit, he is live. Oh my god, Dragor. Yo, maybe Awakening Sage isn't as easy as Armin says it is. That's fucking wild to me. Yo, Dragor, why aren't you in there? Why aren't you playing some AOS? What happened? Nah, I ain't putting anybody on blast. I like Dukes. I think he's a good guy. You might be confusing him with Abyssal Juggernaut. I was mixing those two up for a little while there. I don't know why either. I don't know why I would mix you guys up. I have no idea. Like I said, I don't know why, but for a while there, I just, yeah, I don't know why. I can't explain it. This was like a year ago. All drag players are the same. That's probably what it was. Dragor's been a Sage main since June 2nd, 2025. How's the AOS climb? I'm not playing. I don't find this season very satisfying. Probably Node War buff. I got Node War buff, I got House buff. The Node War buff is 25 more AP. Well, I wouldn't be able to stream Solaire anyways, because that's in the evenings. But yeah, this season is very unsatisfying to me. They made Awaken Sage too easy and too strong. When I kill people, I don't feel like I outplayed them. Node War buff is 25. Like I said, I also got a House buff too, which gives another 15. Plus I'm a Sage. Sage has AP passives and self buffs. Yes, Awakening Sage is... It's the meta this season. Yeah, I'm trying to prepare for the hideout ball, just in case they surprise us. Highly, highly, highly unlikely, but when they do eventually announce the next armors, which, you know, is inevitable, I want to be ready for it. But more so the offhand. The offhand will be most likely a pretty big upgrade, and I want to be ready to max it out as quickly as possible. I think it's very realistic to expect the Sovereign offhand this ball. Also, this them wrapping up Ataraxia and that quest chain, basically talking about the Demon Lands, seems like they are trying to start amping us up for its oncoming release. Ugh. Almost every single person who plays this game on console regrets that they didn't choose PC initially. Onirock, I highly recommend, if possible, start on PC. We have had so many console players, not because there's no community there, I don't know if that's true or not, but we've had so many people come from console to PC because they are so slow at getting updates out to console. Hey, Ecstasy, I appreciate that very much. And the kind words. You see it, you recognize
Gotta
it.
keep supporting my top day one Sage streamer. All love, bro. Less than 3.
I miss Underwater. It was like a nice... I don't know what it was about that spot. I just really enjoyed it. A lot of people are like, oh, I wish they would add like a Dekia Sakurai. I think sitting at a tower in Sakurai, it just wouldn't feel like Sakurai to me. It was the way the mobs pulled, the way you rotated through it. I don't know. It was just a collection of things that I don't know if they'll be able to repeat that. Yeah. Well, not just that too, Emery. Definitely that, right? But also, like, the way the rotations worked is, like, the more gear you got to, you could just expand your rotation and start doing, like, a room and a half or 2 rooms, and you would eventually zigzag between statue and the tunnel room, and it just felt like there was always room for growth. Dekia Upper Gyphons or Mermok? See, now that would... I think that'd be sick, Dista. I agree. Disto, what is your role in Siege, by the way? I swear to God, I never, ever, ever see you in a ball fight. But when I'm in the back trying to kill rats, all of a sudden you come out of nowhere licking your lips while I'm trying to fight 3 fucking people. It pisses me off, Disto. Are you the anti-rat rat? Is that your job, Disto? Flex? What are you flexing on, though? I swear the only times I saw you that whole fight is if I was like deep in your back line. Maybe it was just coincidence. Oh, maybe that makes sense then. Maybe I'm just catching you on respawn.
Deep in the back line.
What do you think about people calling Sage OP? I personally believe as a day one Sage, the nerfs and buffs, bottom rerollers are ruining the perception of Sage. As a Sage main, we probably need to understand every class in the game even more than people would think. It ain't about spamming SA iframe. That's the thing, is that used to be true, but it isn't anymore. Now you can just spam SA iframe and you don't have to worry about managing your stamina. And your SA iframes are killing people standing. That's the problem with Sage. I agree with the first half though. Like there's tons of people right now who are just, you know, they're bottom rerolling as people do, right? And it absolutely is giving us a bad name. But yeah, Sage used to not be that, but they turned it into that. And that's why people are like, what the fuck is this class? Because like your protected movement is doing damage and you don't have to manage your stamina nearly as hard as you used to. Too many changes. They gave Awakened Sage PvP buffs and then PvE buffs. They did the cardinal sin of PvP buffing first and then doing PvE buffs. And, I mean, the PvP buffs on their own would have been too much, but it just turned it from too much to, oh my god, what the fuck. This is why you always want to do the PvE buffs first, because when you adjust cooldowns and protections, it's obviously going to affect PvP as well. But you do that first, since the aim is PvE, and then you decide if the PvE buffs are PvP buffs afterwards are warranted, and how much you need to go in either direction, either up or down. Well, damage is part of it, Ecstasy, but that still wouldn't solve it. That's one of the biggest things, though, for sure. The most important thing, if I had to choose for one thing for them to do to Awaken Sage, I would take down the damage of Aftershock, Spear Bolt, Impaling Flash, and Judgment by like 30%. So this way, we're not just trading people down while moving and being fully protected. All of the moving protected abilities should not be doing as much damage as they're doing. You should have to commit to damage, you know? So if I had to choose one thing, I think that's the most important thing. But I also think that the stamina management needs to come back a bit. Not all the way back to where it was, but there's definitely a good middle ground where they could bring it back to. And then I think shock slows are something that managed to dodge the slow nerfs back when they nerfed a bunch of slows, and I think they need to be addressed too. PvE, he's fine. He's one of the best grinders, but he requires, if you want to perform like one of the best grinding classes, you have to put in more effort than a lot of the best grinders, so I don't think it's that bad. I think PvE is perfectly fine where we're at. PvP-wise, though, it needs some tuning. Or at the very least, start buffing some other classes. I do not understand why they decided to ship out a Solaris season before doing PvP changes. Maybe they wanted more data, I guess. That's the logical explanation to me, that they're like, okay, we need some new data after the PvE changes to decide on whether or not, like, where we want to buff classes. Let's do another 1 month, a short Solaris season, and get some PvP data. That's the reasonable explanation to me. But for some reason, I just don't think that that's the case. I think they just shipped a season because they wanted us to have something to do while we wait for the Heidel ball, because people were getting a little stir crazy. The month usually before any of the balls, whether it's Heidel or Calpheon, people usually get a little stagnant and annoyed. I like where BDO damage is at. It doesn't feel too one-shotty or tanky. I mostly agree with that. I think that statement is true until you factor in people who are just stacking like 6 Bond DR crystals and shit. I think you should not be able to stack 6 of those crystals. I think at most it should be 2 of the defensive crystals. But outside of that, I do agree. Are there any major differences between the Heidel and the Calpheon ball? Usually the Calpheon ball is where the major announcements happen, and the Heidel ball is where they do some minor announcements and progress updates on what they announced at the Calpheon ball. But I have a feeling this Heidel ball might be a little bit bigger. But like I said, managing disappointments about managing expectations. I'm not trying to get my expectations too high, but it does feel like they're ramping up to announce the new region very shortly. I think a new class is almost guaranteed. Even if they don't release it, they will definitely like showcase it. But I honestly think that we're going to be getting a new class. Gladiator class? Yeah, I don't know about that. I think we're far more likely to get Wukong. I think everything makes sense right now for them to release Wukong, and I think it would be a great moneymaker for them. It would be a massively missed business opportunity if they don't do it. With them being released in China, like Wukong is a super popular Chinese character, or god, whatever you want to call it. I think it would be huge selling there. There's also, you know, no shortage of hype in any of the other regions for Wukong. Maybe this is what we can hope for as a Sage. The season ends. We have the Heidel Ball. Actually, I think the Heidel Ball starts before the season ends. So we have the Heidel Ball, they announce the new class. Seasons end, Wukong's released, and then everybody gets distracted with how strong Wukong is, and Awakened Sage stays the same. You know what's funny about Sage? Sage has clones too. Sage has basically deconstructed the code for himself, and it's stored in the Kiev. That's why it appears as if he can travel through time. It's because he can basically just reprint himself. So Wukong and Sage are actually similar in that way. I'm starting to think that Sage is actually Elezra's husband. Or brother or something. Because Sage is for adopted children in Ataraxia. I'll refer to Sage as father. But it also sounds like they refer to like a Lesra in a similar fashion. Yeah, but I refer to Lesra as mommy. Wait, then maybe you're my son too. Well, you see, Corgi, this is the trick. When I see people as poor as you, Pig, and Block Jump, it inspires me to never fall into that level of poverty. So I work hard to make sure I'm never that poor. Yeah? And where's that statue gonna be in 2 months from now? 3 months from now? What I thought. Like I said, they need to do something cool with those statues. They should make it resemble the latest winner, but when you interact with it, there should be 2 options, right? There should be the interaction for it that maybe says some flavor text about the current winner, and then you get your buff, but there should be another option to talk to it, and then it shows a list of all the previous number 1s of that class. Then that shit would be more meaningful. Hey Jack, what class you playing? Or what's your favorite class, more importantly? Ghost is your main? Okay, perfect. Instead, I'll tell them when I'm at the office to nerf that class. I'm gonna say this jacked genius guy thinks he's so goddamn buff and smart. Every day coming in my chat and harassing me, I demand you nerf his class. What's my drop rate percentage? 292. Tell them to erase the Ranger. Currently it's doing no shit, so no need to. What do you mean it's doing no shit? What do you mean Ranger's doing no shit? What do you mean it's doing no shit? What are you talking about? What's this clip? Yeah. Oh, that's a funny death. Oh my goodness, yeah, Ranger ain't doing shit. Rylock not the first? Oh, okay, so you're only happy if the class is performing at number 1. Gotcha. Ranger's a perfectly fine grinder, too. It has some stamina issues for pack to pack, but otherwise it's a perfectly competitive grinder. If you're just mad because it's not number 1, then you need to get your head out of your ass. I will agree with the stamina issues for pack-to-pack grinding, but outside of that, it is a perfectly fine class. It's a busted grinder? Well, that's what I mean, right? Is it does really good at places like Olin's and stuff when there's not lots of movement. But because a lot of the abilities use stam, when you have to constantly use a lot of movement to go pack to pack, and then you don't have the stamina to do your damage, that creates a very annoying grind. So I'll concede that it could use some love there, but it definitely doesn't have a damage problem, and it definitely doesn't have PvP problems. Oh no, I misclicked, fuck! Hey, you said a Ranger. Don't move the goalposts and start saying suck. Also, you need to learn how to treat both of your specs as a complete class, and not just tunnel vision on half of it. If you choose to only use half your class, and then get mad that you're not performing where the other half performs, that's a you problem. Awakened Ranger is one of those classes. Ranger is one of those classes that are in the very fortunate position that if you are willing to play both sides of the class, you are viable in every aspect of the game, in every form of content in the game. So if you choose to only tunnel vision on half of it, that's a you problem. Do you know how many other classes would love to be in your position? Whenever I ever played Suck Sage, I used to play lots of Suck Sage. Luckily, right now, Awakening Sage is performing similar to Suck Sage in large scale, so I will play Awakening Sage in large scale, because I prefer Awakened Sage. But if the disparity ever starts tilting heavily towards Suck again, I will play Suck in large scale. because I enjoy both kits. Obviously I enjoy one more than the other, but I treat them both as two halves of the same class. What about Suckvelk? Suckvelk needs some serious fucking love. That's a class where I will agree 100%. It would be at the top of my list of classes that need love. Yeah. I mean, this man already stated, Renetics. I don't even know why you went that far. I respect it. But the fact that when I showed Rylock up there at, like, what, number 4? With 170-something kills or 160 kills. And this man's first response was, well, he wasn't number 1! Immediately tells you where his mind is at. That this man will only be happy if he's number 1. He's got that Ricky Bobby mentality. Isn't Rylock kind of undergeared? I'm not sure what Rylock's gear is now. Ricky Bobby was a winner. Tell you that. Yes, Awakened and Suck are both Awakened Ranger and Suck Ranger are both Ranger. Yes, they are both two sides of the same coin. That was PA's intention with Successions. Now, they haven't been perfect with all classes, but Ranger is one of those classes where they were spot on the money. Where the whole purpose of having Successions to the game was to complement the Awakening. So the areas where Awakening wasn't as good at, you could have Succession that was good in those areas. So if you were willing to play both sides of that coin, that whole class, you were viable in all areas of the game. And they did a very good job with Ranger with accomplishing that goal. And there's a lot of classes that also accomplish that goal very well. There's some classes where they miss the mark, for sure. We could have a conversation about those classes and how maybe the one side can be used to complement the weaknesses of the other side. But Ranger is not one of those classes. Ranger is a very well-designed class in that sense. And they hit right on point with what their goal was with Succession and Awakening. Yeah, Awaken Hash with their main hand kit does. Awaken Hash, in my opinion, is one of the most well-designed classes in the game because the main hand it feels so coherent with the Awakening. But I wasn't referring to main hand, like pre-awakened to awakened. I'm referring to Succession to Awaken, right? Three of three good bombs, yeah. Okay, so what does that have to do with anything? If you want to have a counterpoint, go ahead and make one. I am willing to change my mind, but just saying, well, Rylock said this, and I highly doubt he's saying what you're saying. But going, Rylock said this, and thinking that that's a point, like, shut the fuck up. Make a fucking point. Don't be a loser. If you don't have a point, just move the fuck on. But don't be a fucking muppet. I bet you I could go talk to Rylock right now and be like, yo, how's your class? And he'd be like, yeah, it's okay. I'd like it, I'd like it to be a little bit better in this way or the other, but it still does well. I highly doubt Rylock's gonna act like it's in some terrible position like you're acting it's in. Some people like the full hand. True. That's you get the full 5-finger experience. Oh my god. Fucking John. Why did you have that ready? Why did you have that ready, John? What is wrong with you? Okay. So your argument is because Ranger and Archer have been traditionally #1 in large scale, that they should always be #1. That is your argument? That is such a weak argument. What are you even saying? You don't honestly believe that, do you? You did! The fact that Rylock was like #4 on our list, you're like, he wasn't #1! You said that! Oh my god! Anybody have the Digi list? Let's see where their Archers and Rangers were. Maybe I need to look at the Vega list too. I'm trying to think of some Vega Archers. Or Rangers. I do agree that range classes are traditionally going to outperform other classes in large scale. Period. When you're dealing with that many people, having to close the gap is going to be detrimental to your success. So having range is always going to be valuable. Yes. But trying to paint Ranger like it's a victim because it was #4 on the list instead of #1 is ridiculous. Let's do this. Look at that jet right. Oh my god! Yo, fucking jet. Was that this Saturday? I didn't even look at the Vegas scores. Oh my goodness. Was that just this fight? Oops, I accidentally drew on the screen. 1 second, I'll fix that. Have those been on the screen the whole time? Yo, there you go. Look at that. In one quick new screenshot, we fixed Ranger for you. It's now at #1, therefore it's fine. Oh my god. Yo, maybe I should fuck with people. Yo, wait a minute. I figured out the meta. I'm gonna fuck with people hard. We'll do this. Da 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 da. Ba 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 ba. Can I adjust the? Yeah, there we go. Boom. Look at that. Do you guys see that? Do you guys see that 1 pixel? What if I just put like a bunch of them all over? Oh shit, that one's too big. Can I back up? Can I undo? I think I can. There we go. If you guys are full screen right now, there's a bunch of little red dots appearing. Just 1 pixel dots. People are gonna think they have dead pixels. Oh shit. Wait, where did I put the dock? Oh, I accidentally put it there. Boop, there we go, I'll clear them. Maybe if you streamed in 2K, true. My pixels are way too powerful for yours. So, we still have Ranger as one of the best, if not the best, large-scale classes still. I mean, Jet was like head and shoulders, over 10% higher than Yuki. And then you got Archer right below him. Even in Vega, you had Rylock performing up there at the top with everyone else. So, large-scale, Ranger is good. Awakened Ranger is still a really good 1v1 class. We also have evidence of Ranger being a strong grinding class. What more do you want out of your class? You have every base covered. He had an AP stone. That might be true. That would explain having 344 kills, because that's kind of wild. Jet's insane, don't get me wrong, but 344? An AP stone only lasts for what, 30 minutes, and that was a 4-hour siege? So even if we take away 1/8 of those kills, and pretend like during that AP stone, he wasn't even there in the siege. We take away like 80 of those kills, he's still at like 240 kills. Jet don't even grind? I'd be surprised if he had one. That's true. I don't even know the last time I've ever seen that man grind. How does he get gear? Is he a swiper? Yeah, where's Jetpacks at? Did he have a stone? 344 kills is crazy. Here I am all excited about 180, and this man damn near doubled me. I wish I had a stone. Awakened Sage would be so sick with an AP stone right now. I needed an AP stone so fucking bad. I used to have stones like every fucking siege, and I haven't had one drop for me in like months. I think it's because all the spots I grind these days, you're just not killing as many mobs. Where back in the day when I was grinding like orcs, Serendia orcs, you're just killing a bajillion mobs an hour, so... Plus the random structures laying around. Blended alchemy stones? No, we're talking about the pure AP stones. I think it does. So one thing I noticed, Renetics, is most of the pure black stones I see people get are usually from structures. You'll see some weird thing like Sauce Intent, Red Orc Hut, things like that, Manchum Hut, or Manchum Totems, whatever those are. I swear, structures have a significantly higher chance to pull from that loot table. I think the main reason why it's getting slimmer and slimmer these days, though, is because a lot of new grind spots don't have structures like that anymore. Yeah. I managed to get 3 pure Blackstones. 2 of them in 1 day. 2 of them in 1 hour during Oryx Elvia. But I had the trifecta, the triple Elkstone. Unfortunately, it was right after the Sage nerf. And if I was smart, like Awakened Musa was completely busted after reboots, I should have just hopped on the Musa and ran those triple stones. Attack speed, AP, and DP stone, oh my god, I could have single-handedly took down a guild. Because the class was so busted. I don't care about tier lists. Tier lists are plagued with bias. I care about what actually happens in the game, and I see Rangers performing in every aspect of the game. They may not be number 1, but they are up there with the best. I don't need a tier list, and I'm not pissed. I just talk loudly. Yeah. Yeah, you don't see every Ranger popping off. But man, the Rangers that have committed to the class, they always do well. The main area where Ranger has some issues is in those smaller fights. Like Stolaire, obviously Ranger isn't insane there. But so far, I mean the season just started. We're only a few days in. But so far, I can't fucking remember his name right now. Kinjara mentioned his name earlier. Poogie's doing all right. Like, that's a solid score for this early in the season. He's locking down a 61% win rate. Looks like he's adjusted and adapted to the changes. It'd be interesting. I don't know if Flannels will ever come back. He was always revered as the best Awakened Ranger. So it would be cool if he came back and took the time to really lock down the class and learn it. The new Ranger. But Poogie definitely seems to be showing that the class is perfectly capable of holding its own. Why are you so pissed right now? If you guys keep asking me if I'm pissed, it's gonna piss me off. You guys are gonna make that shit true. Pretty sure Flannel said all the Ranger recent changes for Ranger were shit. Yeah, I mean, Flannels wasn't very objective in regards to overall class balance. I think people who only play one class and only ever play one class tend to get stuck in their little class echo chambers. And unless the class change specifically targets the one thing that they feel is a problem with the class, they're going to be unhappy. Flannels has proven that time and time again, that he's pretty unbiased in talking about overall changes. That doesn't change the fact that was one of the best Rangers. But you can ask anybody in the community how objective they felt Flannels was, and they'll all tell you. Pissed off will make you grow older faster. Well, I better fucking slow the hell down then. Time to take deep breaths. You saw the hairline pull back? Oh my god, that's what I look like if I was bald. Luckily my hair's receding so much I can simulate baldness by doing this. Oh shit! Oh fuck, there's mobs hitting me. Oh no! No! Oh, shit, luckily it's just a decimation. That's easy to restore. This isn't going to use one of those, is it? Decimations are easy to get your hands on. Actually, I might have a decimation. Still gotta equip it? No, I didn't even restore it. Yo, did you guys see what killed me? Well, obviously you guys didn't see what killed me. Look at this shit. What the fuck even is this that killed me? Deep sunken darkness. What the fuck is even deep sunken darkness? What the hell? Okay, what do I need to remake a decimation? Oh, we need a power. Are powers expensive? They probably are. Oh, they're not too bad. We'll just make one then. Okay, we also need magical shards. We need blackstones. Okay. And then we needed, what was it, 100 lightstone fragments? I think it was 100, right? Yeah, there we go. Baldness killed Zethian. Oh, shit. That's fucking tragic. That's fucking tragic. The fuck? Oh, I gotta go through like every single one of these. If I don't put it in there, I'll forget. And then I'll be like one day, like a month from now, I'll be like, why does this shit feel wrong? And then I'll look and I'll see an empty crystal slot. Like, why is this missing a crystal slot? I don't fucking know. Farmed by deep sunken darkness, yeah. By the way, Kendar, did we just get a glimpse into the Ranger Discord? Is that what that was? Is that what you have to deal with on a daily basis in there? Shit, I might have to go a little bit sooner than I expected. I was gonna stream for like another 40 minutes, but I might have to leave in 10 minutes. Which one of your VIPs is your most notorious? I don't know. Honestly, some of my VIPs have changed their name, and I don't even remember who they are or why I gave them VIP. I just trust I did it for a good reason. Make me a VIP immediately. I gotta do like a VIP for channel points. At least give you guys a reason not to spam your channel points. Nice, we got 2. Let's go. Buying 2 costumes like that, I just made 1.6 bill in my mind buying those 2 costumes. That was like an hour worth of grinding and 2 clicks. You have 1 million? Really? Oh my god. I wouldn't have made it that expensive. Holy fuck. 1 million? That's crazy. You have 900k? It's not as crazy as 1 million. You're missing a digit there. Almost. Oh my god, you guys are committed to watching my stupid ass. I stream so many hours. I really do, right? I stream like 36 hours a week. How many points can you accumulate in an hour? On average, a regular Twitch streamer can earn approximately 220 points per hour. Subscribers can double it. So, let's take 1.2 million and divide it by 440. That's 2,727 hours. Oh my god, you madman. I don't know how you stream while having kids. Frosty had one and basically died. It's once they get older, they take less of your time. I unfortunately, chat, I was going to stream for another 30 minutes, but it turns out I need to go. My daughters and their friend are coming back in 30 minutes. They've been spending time together at the park, and their friend is staying for dinner, but now apparently their grandmother is picking her, or her grandmother is picking her up at 6, and it's almost 5. So when they get back, I want to have dinner ready. The original plan was to just go out in the backyard and make dinner and then eat, and she could hang out for a while, but I didn't realize she was being picked up so early, and I don't want to send her home and not have eaten dinner. So I'm going to go fire up the grill, go sit out in the backyard, and start grilling some burgers. Who can we raid? Where's Rylock stream? I want to send everybody over to Rylock and we can ask him how bad a Wiccan or Ranger in general is. I'm actually going to DM him tonight if I get a chance. I have a feeling that I know exactly what he's going to say, and it's not going to resemble what that other guy was saying at all. Damn it, there's like nobody I know is streaming. Let's see. Da-da-da-da. Maybe I send you guys over to Mr. C-Zane. He was hanging out in here earlier. C-Zane it is. Wait, is he playing on... Oh, he's playing Solaire on EU. Oh, okay. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I'm going to send you guys over to Mr. C-Zane. He's doing some Archer content on EU. Some Archer Solaire content on EU. Thanks for hanging out. And we'll be back tomorrow, everybody. Have a wonderful day.